Alright. Hello, everyone. Hello, Joshy, Kru, Sawyer, Shark Eater, Dylan, Boss Lady Trey, and Lou. Thank you guys for the good luck. Also, hello, Jason Lopez and Moogle Knight. You're currently playing the Wii version. Oh, I hope you are having fun. Thank you for the good luck. So thanks for the good luck as well, Brexbus and Chromatic Crow. I remembered the R this time. But yeah, hopefully, today's attempts can not lose weird time to enemies doing things I don't expect. Because that seemed to be an issue last time, for some reason. Also, hopefully I don't fail, the side hop for Wolf Bombhouse skip, because that also happened last time and was very silly. Also, hello, Ilias. And thanks for the good luck, Cloverfield. Alright, let's get started. Also, thanks for the good luck, Bocage and S-Buddy. You played Twilight Princess and defeated Ganondorf. Nice. Congratulations on vanquishing evil. Also, thank you very much, Bantoaster, for the 20 months of Prime. Thank you very much for the good luck as well. Glad you continue to enjoy the speed content. Even though I haven't PB'd in like 2 months. But maybe we'll fix that today. Hopefully. Oh, if it is going to be fixed, it's not going to be on that attempt. So thanks for the good luck tracking a Snove. Alright, Gate. You gonna let me through this time? Evidently not. Well, unfortunately, we do still have to herd goats later, but we do get to skip herding goats once, which on its own is kind of nice. The first goat herding section is much easier to do consistently compared to the second, so... Darn it. Don't want opponent to stop like that, because that does waste a little bit of time. There we go. So thanks for the good luck, Carlos Raven. And hello, Donut Sensei. So thanks for the good luck, Dark Goldie. Luck that we will always need for speedrunning Twilight Princess. Dang, really? That was a frame late on that roll. Thanks for the good luck, Mike and Adge. Thanks for the good luck as well, ID Ryu. So thanks for the good luck as well, Maddie. Hello, Epsy. Things are going alright. We had a good gate clip this run, so hopefully we can translate it into some good bokos also. Okay, I guess that still works. Not usually a great sign when one of the bokos accidentally goes to the other side of the cage like that, but that seemed to work just fine. Not too bad. Thanks for the good luck CBD sound system. Thanks for the good luck as well, SVB and Rhapsody. So good morning, B-Tyrant. Are there any Zelda games I haven't played? I don't think I've ever technically played any of the CDI games. Or any of the, like, Tingle games. I also never really played any of the Hyrule Warriors games. I tried the demo for Age of Calamity, like the free one on the eShop, but wasn't particularly fond of it, so I didn't keep playing it, or like I wasn't convinced to buy the full game. I have played Link's Crossbow Training before, but I don't think I played it for very long. I played it for maybe like a day or two at some point, like 10 years ago or something. You wish bad luck, have fun. You want me to do badly so that I don't beat your world record. Well, John, last I checked, I don't think you had world record in Twilight Princess HD all dungeons. So... So thanks for the good luck, Makuya. Hello, Kathy. So thanks for the good luck, GMO Pasta. You just checked and they have sub 2 hours. What? I don't believe this. This is just a Gamer John propaganda at work. Ah, okay, Speedy. Thank you for the good luck. Text skip. Yeah, that's fair, Moogle Knight. I mean, like, I've technically, I think, at least played all of the 2D ones, but I haven't even come close to finishing any of them. At least, like, 2D games that are pre-Nintendo DS. So thanks for the good luck, Miss Cinny. Yeah, I played Triforce Heroes. Played quite a bit of it, actually. But I did beat all of the levels in Triforce Heroes solo. And did like a few IL speedruns when the game came out. That's right, I forgot Hyrule Warriors also had a 3DS version made. It kind of makes sense, because the 3DS was still being supported while the Wii U was the main console. It struggled to run on the original 3DS. I mean, that would kind of make sense if maybe just because it was a 3DS game. Because, like, Hyrule Warriors has tons of enemies that it has to keep track of at once, so even if the enemies aren't, like, very visually taxing to render or draw, could still cause the system to struggle. What Zelda game would I most like to see a remaster/HD version of? I mean, I think Ocarina of Time is probably the one that needs it the most at this point. I guess, like, both Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, like, equally, but I would imagine Nintendo would do Ocarina of Time first, if anything. I also only really consider, like, the 3D games, though. Since those are, the ones that I would like to see modernized the most. And if we are going to get remakes past Skyward Sword HD, I would kind of expect them to loop back around and, like, do Ocarina of Time again at some point. Yeah, Four Swords Adventures on, like, GameCube NSO would be cool. Especially if you could do just online or local multiplayer with friends. Would be a reason for people to use game chat. My favorite Zelda game is a tie between Wind Waker and Skyward Sword. Kind of hard to get that bug when it starts moving around. Please. No. Why did you notice me when I went back? I'm confused. Well, that was stupid. Apparently I should have moved the other way, because as I tried to get the Shadow Beast's attention, it turned to face exactly away from where I was. So that kind of stinks. Thanks for the good luck, Eric Midcorv. Also, yes, the tears being collected instantly is very nice. Definitely a very good change from the original game. Alright, monkey. Let's see if we can be nice today. Dang, no blue rupee. No rupees at all so far. Hopefully we get the 4 that are guaranteed there. Monkey gonna make it. There. Well, that's not too bad. Technically faster than average. So thanks for the good luck, Danny music. So thanks for the good luck as well content. Yeah, I mean, yesterday we did have a pretty decent attempt that got, like, past early Snow Peak. At least I think that was the previous stream. But yeah, it can be hard to get a run where, like, both early Snow Peak and Hogate skip go well. They're generally the two things that are the least consistent, unfortunately. Really? Okay, this is dumb. I'm surprised that I was not far enough to the right there. Unfortunately, that means we're not going to be able to save very much time here. Also, thanks for the good luck, Commander Rob. Trill will get mad at you if you don't pay for the lantern oil or red potion that you get from him. Okay. Wasn't planning on jumping there. What makes a game particularly enjoyable for the speedrunning community? I mean, generally, like, whether or not a game is enjoyable to speedrun is kind of, like an individual thing, because, like, different people find different kinds of games enjoyable to speedrun, just the same way that people enjoy different games in general. Usually, games that are popular to speedrun are just games that, like, are kind of already popular to begin with, right? So, like, a lot of classic Nintendo titles are popular for speedrunning because people just enjoyed those games, you know, however many years ago and still enjoy playing them now. But also, you know, games like Minecraft, which are much more recent, also have, like, pretty big speedrunning communities just due to the fact that there are so many people who play Minecraft. But, like, obviously there are some kinds of games that, like, don't make for particularly interesting speedruns, especially if they're games that are just kind of like pure auto-scrollers in some regard, right? Like, the classic, like, Five Nights at Freddy's games are not, at least from what I've seen, particularly interesting, because you're kind of just waiting out a timer, right? So it doesn't really make sense to speedrun that, since it's just gonna take the same amount of time every time. Also, thanks for the good luck, Hanu Akua. Thanks for the good luck as well, Music Boxes. Also, thanks for the good luck, Renesteiner. Okay, starting off with 2. It's always good. Unfortunately, I have to deal with... Really? Okay, that wasn't actually that bad, because I still got the jump tag off. Really? Okay, well. And yeah, also games that are not just, like, completely purely RNG, but the game usually has to have at least, like, you know, some sort of execution skill to it. Yeah, we could have saved a lot more time there if I hadn't missed the throw on the spider in the first room. That's kind of unfortunate, but we can still continue. Biggest pet peeve about Ocarina of Time speedruns is that credit warps count as beating the game. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Like, I think it's entirely reasonable to not view warping to the credits as, like, beating the game, but speedrunning community has decided that generally that does count as beating the game. There are, of course, like, categories that don't allow for doing that, but in Ocarina of Time's case, that would be the Defeat Ganon category. Oh, come on, really? Failed to go into first person. I probably could have still used that throw, but I had kind of canceled out of it too quickly. I think Zelda's transition to open world mechanics was a positive development for speedrunning. I mean, I guess whether or not a game is open world or not does not, at least to me, inherently mean that it is better or worse for speedrunning in some regard. Like, at least for me, I kind of just take every game individually as it plays and, like, as speedrunning for it develops. Like, obviously, in the case of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, the ability to immediately go to the final boss after completing the tutorial area, like, definitely means that the any percent speedrun is going to be a lot shorter, just right off the bat compared to the other games, even, like, without glitches, right? So, it means that we don't have to figure out how to get to the final boss as quickly as possible, because we already kind of know how to do that. But, I mean, like, that's also why other categories exist, right? Like, all dungeons or all main quests, or even 100% for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I do think that, like, it being open world does lend itself to being more interesting in some ways, right? Because that means that now there are significantly more possible routes that you can have to get through the game, at least for, like, other categories that are not any percent, right? And, like, at least in my experience with speedrunning Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I think speedrunning them is fun, just because, like, you know, the techniques that you get to do in those games are fun to do, right? Like, BLSS and Wind Bombs in Breath of the Wild are a lot of fun. Pocket Rocket in Tears of the Kingdom is a lot of fun. even in Tears of the Kingdom, just, like, moving around, and, like, jumping onto Zonai wings and stuff is a lot of fun. In my opinion, at least. Hello, DF. Is this far forward enough? No. I should have recognized that that was not far forward enough. Wow, this sucks. I don't pick up the Forest Temple heart container because that heart container is one of the more out-of-the-way ones. Like, the other heart containers are just slightly more convenient to get, compared to the Forest Temple one. Also, thanks for the good luck, Lifessa. Also, yeah, Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks are very designed around having touchscreen controls. So, like, specifically touchscreen controls with a stylus, right? So, if there's no way to have that same kind of control, I don't know how you would port it to a different system of some kind. I enjoy short speedruns or longer ones. Generally for me, I want the speedrun to be, like, at least over 30 minutes long. Like, I wouldn't really have, as much fun, I don't think, with a speedrun that was only, like, 10 or 20 minutes long, but ideally, I think I prefer speedruns to be at least an hour, but, like, I can still find speedruns that are 30 minutes to an hour to be fun. But yeah, generally, like, if it's above an hour, I don't have, like, too much of a difference in feel, even if it gets up to, like, 3, 4, or 5 hours. But once you start getting into, like, the 6-hour range, especially, like, above the 7-hour range, that's when I'm like, okay, I think this run is, maybe a bit long. Also, really... Link, that is the wrong way. Link, that is still the wrong way. Gamers, I think we lost the run to gate clip somehow. Oh boy. And also missing the mailman skip. That was dumb. Want to start that. Yeah, I mean, if you remove the touchscreen controls, you would have to, like, you know, either rebind all of the would-be touchscreen controls to some other action, or just, like, completely redesign how the controls of the game work to be more traditional. Yeah, Mario games are also generally pretty popular for speedrunning. Because usually the movement in Mario games can get pretty interesting pretty quickly. But also because Mario games are just more popular in general, even as casual games. So you have more people who try to speedrun Mario games than you do other games, most likely. Nice. Is playing the mirrored version of Twilight Princess on GameCube an easy transition for me? Well, so both HD and GameCube speedruns have the same orientation, so I don't have to worry about switching between two orientations when, like, switching between GameCube and HD. Wii has the mirrored or has a mirrored orientation compared to GameCube and HD, but I have never done speedruns of the Wii version, so I've never had to worry about the world being mirrored. Yeah, hero mode is mirrored on the Wii U version. But there's not really a benefit to playing in hero mode, since, like, ideally you would only die once after getting Spinner. But that saves so little time to begin with, and you could just route in damage, like, in a way that wouldn't save any time on hero mode. So hero mode would not actually be beneficial for that. Yeah, I'm not sure why they specifically thought that, or that, like, they only wanted to mirror the game if you were on hero mode instead of just allowing you to use whatever orientation you want. That is what it is, I guess. This is not great. Ugh. That's really slow. Hello. I guess we'll continue with this, but we'll probably reset unless the goats are really good. Recently deciding between speedrunning HD or GameCube and found this part in HD to be extremely annoying. Yeah, pushing the Bokos is, not the easiest thing to do. And does take a lot of practice to, like, understand the nuance of. But it is also, like, one of the only difficult things in the run. Like, it's significantly more difficult than most of the other things that come after it until you get to, like, early Snow Peak. Or, like, Pogate Skip. So if you can manage to get past the Bokoblins, then you'll probably be fairly smooth sailing for a while on learning how to do the HD run. You have arrived. I may now PB. Thanks, Leanne. I didn't want a PB while you weren't here, so now we can finally get a PB this run. Yeah, on the GameCube version, you then get hit with Sword and Shield skip and early Master Sword as the hard tricks to do at the beginning, or nearish the beginning, I guess. Yeah, like regardless of which version of the game you decide to learn, like, any optimal route is going to have some hard stuff that you have to do. Also, thanks for the good luck soup. If you're asking about Sword and Shield skip specifically, Green, like, generally, as you get more used to it, you will get more consistent at Sword and Shield skip, and it won't take an hour to get. But, like, even top runners still fail it occasionally. Although, that's, in some part due to the fact that, like, sometimes you can kind of just get unlucky with the RNG, and, like, at some point, if Hugo the Volblin wastes too much time not being in the right position, you just kind of go for it anyway. Even if you know it's probably not gonna work because you've wasted too much time already. But, like, if you know how to do it, and you, you know, are able to be very patient with it, like, you can achieve pretty high consistency with Sword and Shield skip. After practicing it enough. My first run, I got a time save on Bokoblins. Am I going to add that to my PB splits, or do I need to complete the run with that save to add it? Well, so yeah, when I compare against my PB splits, I'm comparing against the times that my PB got on those segments, right? And that's always going to be the case until I get a new PB, so The only segments that generally get saved are best segments, but the time that I was ahead on Bokoblins earlier today was not a best on the Bokoblins segment, so it didn't get saved. Also, thanks for the good luck, Kelsey and Stormy Rhino. And hello, Unpun. Glad you made some good soup to make up for the cursed pizza you had the other day. Oh, come on. Oh, hello. Back to the wall, please. Really? Oh, come on. The angle this guy is facing feels really weird. Couldn't keep him up against the wall well. That's a little too slow, unfortunately. I mean, most of the time the second Bokoblin is actually easier than the first. I think probably because the second Bokoblin has, like, a different home position compared to the first one. The angle that it faces while we're pushing it, I think, is slightly different and, like, makes it easier. Nice. Well, so the each Bokoblin actually has two separate spherical hitboxes. There's a sphere for the lower portion of the body, and then a sphere for, like, the head. A little weird, but I kind of see what they were going for. Just given the shape of the Bokoblin. Also, hello, Rinu Kusu. Thank you for the good luck. So welcome to the stream, I don't know, user TBH. No, it's not a Venn diagram. Like, the spheres are separate, and, like, they don't overlap at all. But, like, it makes sense because the Bokoblins are kind of, like, hunched over. They're not like Link, who stands up straight. Because Link's collision is a cylinder. Or rather, a set of cylinders. At least when he's human Link, right? Also, thanks for the good luck, oof. How am I feeling for this run? This run had a first try gate clip, which was pretty nice, but we'll have to get through the Bokoblins first before see how much time we might potentially lose. Also, thanks for the good luck lizard chess. Unfortunately, didn't have particularly great rolls after I got the gate clip, so... Did lose a few seconds to those. Dang. Not a bad cage break for once. Oh, darn it. You're supposed to get pushed against the wall, not have me just move through you. Alright. Currently, I don't end up doing much practice for TPHD, but generally, yeah, if I am going to practice anything, it'll usually be in the second half of the run, because we don't get there as often as we do for stuff in the first half. Also, thanks for the good luck, Asher. What was my second ever Pokemon game? My first ever one was Sapphire. I guess technically my second ever one was Ruby, but those are kind of the same game. So... second ever one, aside from Ruby and Sapphire, was I think just Fire Red. Why did I get both? Well, so my very first time playing Pokemon was actually on an emulator in like 2005 that my sister set up for me after I watched her play Pokemon and then wanted to play it myself. And then, so I played Sapphire on emulator, and then eventually, my sister gave me her actual cartridge of Pokemon Ruby, which I then played on console. I feel like the amount of times I speedrun Twilight Princess, I would do good blindfolded. I mean, there is, of course, like a lot of muscle memory that goes into speedrunning, like Zelda games at least, and most other games, but, like, the game's a little too dynamic to just be able to play it blindfolded based on muscle memory. Like, the camera doesn't move in the exact same way every time, and, you know, when I touch the control stick and, like, move it around, I'm not moving it around in the exact same way every time. So I do not think I'd be able to get very far blindfolded. True, there may have been a timeline where I was a Pokemon speedrunner. That's not the timeline we live in. Oh, see, I mean, there's quite a lot of people who speedrun Pokemon. Considering the fact that, like, just in general, Pokemon is the most successful media franchise in the world. And, like, obviously, speedrunning a Pokemon game is generally very different compared to speedrunning, like, a Zelda game. Because, at least in, like, the types of Pokemon runs that, as far as I'm aware, are, like, popular to run, right? Like, there's not a whole lot of, like, difficult execution stuff, but it's a lot more about, like, being able to adapt on the fly to the random things that are happening. Also, thanks, Cargarok, speaking of random things. Because, like, even though there is, like, you know, like, for, you know, a given Pokemon route, I imagine there's a detailed set of instructions for what to do, and, like, explanations somewhere for why all of the things that you do are done. It's not always going to go how you want it to go, because that's just inherently how Pokemon works. And yeah, I'm sure, like, there definitely are parts of Pokemon games that are, like, difficult to execute well. But I don't know exactly what those parts would be, just because, like, for the most part, you know, the parts that I see are, like, walking/running around and menuing. So thanks for the good luck, Basil. I'll say, yes, Pokemon does always make an appearance at GDQ because Pokemon makes a lot of money whenever it's on GDQ. So thank you very much, 5FM, for the 21 months at Tier 1. And thank you for the good luck as well. Did I see the new video Bismuth put out for Celeste? I saw that there was a new video, but I did not watch it. Because I have never played Celeste myself, I, don't really have an inherent interest in watching the video because I don't understand, the game of Celeste necessarily. I've never played it, so it's probably not a video that I'm gonna watch. A little too early. Also, thanks for the good luck, Bloobs. Do I consider Zelda to be an RPG? If not, what genre is most appropriate? I guess I'm not particularly sure since I don't really spend time thinking about whether or not Zelda is an RPG or not by definition. Generally, when I think of a Zelda game, I think of it as usually some sort of mix between, combat and puzzle solving. For the most part. Regardless of, whether or not it technically falls into the definition of RPG. Yonka. Ah, nice, Bloobs. Congrats on learning Ukulus. It is very fun to do. You think of it as action-adventure / puzzle? Thanks, Bug. I mean, yeah, I would definitely agree with action-adventure slash puzzle. Like, if someone told me to describe Zelda, like, to describe what genre a Zelda game was, I don't think I would have used the term RPG if I, like, wasn't already thinking about it. Am I gonna read YouTube chat today? No. It's hard to think of Zelda as puzzly when you're accustomed to, 99% of the tricks. I mean, I feel like whether or not you, like, have solutions to the puzzles memorized does not inherently mean that the game is not a puzzle game anymore. It just means that you know what the solutions to the puzzles are. Right, like, the puzzle before the Master Sword is still a puzzle. Even if we know what the fastest solution is. I mean, that's true. There are a lot of similar puzzle tropes, like, shared among a lot of Zelda games. It's considering how many times we've had to push a block onto a switch. How many times you have to just play a song in a specific spot and stuff like that, but... I mean, I still think each Zelda game has enough unique puzzles to it that it still feels like a puzzle game, even if some of those elements are reused. So thanks for the good luck, TGPU. Like, your first Zelda game being the hardest, and then it progressively becomes easier and easier. I mean, I guess to some degree that is probably true. Although I feel like there's definitely an aspect of, like, if the game itself is, like, some Zelda games are just harder than others, or at least, like, in my own experience, right, I definitely had more trouble getting through Ocarina of Time compared to getting through Twilight Princess, despite having played Twilight Princess first as my first Zelda game, right? But Ocarina of Time was more challenging to me. Granted, I was also like 11 years old when I played both of them. Darn it. I wanted to avoid that. get an extra swing cycle. And it's probably going to be a slow one. Well, that's unfortunate. That was a slow monkey. Like, specifically in Ocarina of Time, I remember having trouble in the Forest Temple with, like, understanding that I was supposed to turn the hallways in Ocarina of Time. And I also got very stuck in Fire Temple because I didn't realize that the, like, totem heads at the start of the dungeon you could hit away with the Megaton Hammer. And that there was a door behind them. And I'm pretty sure I also got, like, stuck in Shadow Temple somewhere as well. On a few occasions. I think because I didn't realize I could use the Lens of Truth to see something. That's true. Twilight Princess is at least a little bit better about telling you where to go. Or at least, like, having the option to communicate to the player where to go. So thanks for the good luck, maybe, hero. The spider's not looking good. Have to go and kill it. At least I got a blue rupee, I guess. Also, yes, John, you probably would beat me at Mario Kart World, because I haven't played Mario Kart World in quite a bit. What do I do after speedrunning / practice? Hang out with friends, or sleep, or do randomizer development work. Usually. Sometimes I have to eat food, you know. Do I have the Nintendo Switch 2? Yes, I do. Oh, by rando development work, I mean, like, doing development work for, like, various Zelda randomizers that I helped develop. Like the Wind Waker HD, or Skyward Sword HD randomizers. Game is being very generous with the blue rupees, it seems. Is Twilight Princess my favorite game of all time? No. My favorite game of all time is Outer Wilds. I don't know if anything is going to be beating Outer Wilds. Unfortunately, we're not going to save very much time here, even if we get good RNG. One, two, three. Bang. One, two, three, four. No. No! Really? Man, I hate the camera sometimes. Well, that's stupid. Is Just a Gamer John one of my favorite bestest buddies? You're asking as a totally different, unbiased viewer who has no stake in this. I'm sure you are. I mean, as far as I know, John is my only bestest buddy, so... I guess by default he is both my favorite and least favorite bestest buddy. That hurts? Why does that hurt, Asher? thought you were also one of my bestestest friends. Well, so being a bestestest friend is different from being a bestest buddy. Right? These are two very distinctly different things. John is the only person who falls into the bestest buddy category. Alright, Moogle, we'll see you later. Thanks for watching today, and I hope that work goes well. Can you ask me a question? I mean, yeah, I think you just did ask me a question. I sniped your joke? I mean, I knew that's what the joke was gonna be. That one was kind of obvious. I knew that if you wanted to actually ask a question, you would have just asked the question. You got a question for me? Can you ask it real quick? I don't know, can you? I think that's for you to decide if you can or not. Howard. This should definitely be far forward enough. On my last run where I failed that. What's my favorite theme in the whole series? I don't know. There's a lot of good themes in the series, and I don't think there's one that, at least for me, stands out as clearly the best. As you know, we have like Midna's Lament in this game, the Great Sea from Wind Waker, also Mulgara from Wind Waker. Spirit Temple from Ocarina of Time is pretty good. As is, like, the Hyrule Castle theme from Breath of the Wild, and Colgara from Tears of the Kingdom. Spirit Track's main theme, also very good. Hidden Village from this game is also very good. Has there ever been a speedrun that I saw that I feel like I want to beat the speedrun so bad? You mean like a speedrun, like a specific speedrun that I saw that I was like, I want to get a better speedrun time than that run? If that is what the question is, I mean, generally, yeah, like, if I'm currently, like, you know, focused on speedrunning the game and I see someone get a better time than me, you know, I'll be like, I wonder if I could beat that time. Be like, I want to be as good as this person. This game runs at 30 FPS, not 60 FPS. Bit of a slow Kargarok flight path, but oh well. Well, the GameCube version also runs at 30 FPS. Like, all versions of Twilight Princess, GameCube, Wii, HD, and NVIDIA Shield all run at 30 FPS. But, like, as far as FPS itself goes, I don't find, like, 30 FPS or 60 FPS to be, like, more comfortable than the other. Right? Like, Skyward Sword HD on the Switch runs at 60 FPS. While the original Wii version runs at 30 FPS, and, like, I'm perfectly fine playing either version as far as comfort goes. That's fair, Leanne. Like, I can definitely notice if the FPS jumps from 30 to 60. But, like, usually my mind gets pretty used to whatever FPS the game uses, as long as it's at least 30, right? Like, if I've played, you know, Skyward Sword Wii for a while, and then go to playing Skyward Sword HD, Skyward Sword HD looks weird for, like, a couple of minutes before my brain gets used to it, and then it, like, looks fine. And then similarly going back, like, if I go from Skyward Sword HD to Wii, the Wii version looks weird for a few minutes until my brain adjusts to it. But, like, below 30 FPS looks, like, pretty distinctly different to me. Like, the difference between Ocarina of Time and Ocarina of Time 3D, in terms of FPS, is, like, pretty stark to me. Even though, you know, N64 Ocarina of Time is at 20 and OOT 3D is at 30. But I think that, like, those games also just look different enough. That, like, the FPS kind of gets lumped together to me with, nice. Seriously? Thank you, Shadow Beast. But yeah, the FPS just kind of gets lumped together with, like, the general look and aesthetic of the game. Well, we really shouldn't have lost, like, the 5 seconds that we lost there due to the Shadow Beast, but... unfortunate. Still a sub-47 Elden Vessel, I guess. What got me into the TP grind? I mean, just wanting to improve my times, basically. Because I know that I can reasonably get a better time than what my current PB has. So that is what I hope to do. I've been playing Twilight Princess just in general for a while, though, because new stuff keeps being found. That means I can improve my times even more. So, that's why we keep going. It's pretty good. That looking like you spammed it right now. I mean, with how slowly my chat usually moves, that does just happen sometimes. I don't like where shadow beasts are. I don't know if this is gonna be quick enough for the vent cycle, so I guess we'll find out. That seems fine. Yeah. Alright, pretty good. Alright. Very good Elden Twilight. We'll take it. Oh, thank you, John. I'm glad you think the chat is cool. Argorock's following us. We have to get off Epona to de-aggro them. Otherwise, they'll mess us up when we try to do this next trick. Forgot that I was supposed to skip that text there. Pressing start to pause the game is not necessary for the Epona dive now. It just helps me make sure that I have one of the correct frames to call Midna on. Since, like, if I didn't pause that time, I would have messed up the trick by calling Midna too early. Most of the time I do pause on, like, the correct frame to call Midna, or one of the correct frames to call Midna, because the trick's not frame perfect. But, like, in that instance, if I had just tried to time it by pressing L for calling Midna, I would have failed it. Weird to you that so many less popular Wii games made it to Switch, but not two of the most popular games. I mean, if you're referring to Wind Waker HD and TP HD, I guess so. I mean, Breath of the Wild also, like, was a release title for the Switch, so I think Nintendo was probably thinking that that would carry Zelda fans for a good while. Also, nice vest. Every frame is correct to call Midna because it's Midna. I mean, I suppose, but not every frame is correct for calling Midna and then getting Epona to fall into the void. There are only a few specific frames where that works. You're going to get Twilight Princess HD soon. What would my rating be of the game? I mean, I think the game is very good, and if you've never played Twilight Princess before, then it should be a fun game. Definitely has some nice quality of life things that the original games did not have. And also, I guess, technically has extra content if you have a Wolf Link amiibo. Timing there was almost bad. If I had been slightly earlier, that Shadow Beast would have hit me. Fell asleep a couple hours ago on YouTube on your TV and woke up to my stream. Nice. Good job, YouTube. Well, welcome to the stream, I guess. There be Twilight Princess. We're playing on actual Wii U. Generally, you can always assume that the speedruns I do are done on real hardware. It's actually kind of interesting. One of the tricks that we do in this run actually doesn't work on emulator for some reason. I don't know why it doesn't work, but third-person clawshot clipping just doesn't work for some reason. Which is kind of strange, but it is just what it is for some reason. Yeah, I was afraid of that. That's unfortunate. Come on. Oh well. So we lost some time due to not getting the second hit quickly, because we got thrown off. Other than that, the segment was good, but that mistake cost us like 10 seconds. So the rules around using emulators kind of just are dependent on the game and the community around the game. So for Twilight Princess HD, emulators are on a separate leaderboard compared to console runs, because loading times are not consistent between emulator and console. And also for the fact that, like, you know, there's also a trick you just straight up can't do on emulator for some reason. As far as using different controllers goes, that also is kind of just decided on a community-by-community basis. Generally, as long as you're not using, like, controller features that are not present on original hardware, people probably won't care too much, but, like, if you want to use, like, a turbo controller, that probably wouldn't be allowed. At least by default. There are some communities that do allow turbo controllers. Like, the Echoes of Wisdom speedrunning community allows turbo input because there's so much text in the game that the community was like, okay, this is... the amount of text in this game is genuinely annoying. Let's just allow for turbo input to get through the text. Also, thank you very much, Shammers Deluxe and Double Brick, for the raids. Welcome to our Twilight Princess HD attempts that continue onwards. This is not any percent, this is all dungeons. Whereas any percent can skip some of the dungeons, all dungeons is not allowed to skip any dungeons. How's the run been going? This run's not too bad. It's made a couple mistakes, but generally I'd say it's going alright for the most part. There we go. You open Twitch, and the amount of people playing Resident Evil 9 is crazy. I mean, didn't that game just come out? Or at least, like, come out on the Switch too or something? I've never played Resident Evil, so I'm not in the know about it, but if it's a game that just came out, it would make sense. There's a lot of people playing it. When you did Psychonauts speedruns, you had to switch from KBM to a PlayStation controller because you couldn't get the most prominent glitch in the game to work properly with KBM. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, sometimes you can run into that situation, too. We have a lot of rupees. Rupee RNG has been pretty kind to us this run. Twilight Princess is funny when you skip cutscenes. I suppose it can be, yeah. It can look like you're teleporting places with no context. My friends with ZFG. I would not consider myself to be friends with ZFG, no. But, like, on the few occasions that we have interacted with each other, we have been friendly, but we do not interact with each other very often. Ifsky switches from keyboard to joypad for a couple of specific tricks in Super Mario Bros. 1. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know that switching control schemes mid-run was something that could be allowed. Unless that's just, like, different control scheme per category or something, but... the rupees we mostly need for the City in the Sky cannon. We do technically also need 10 for paying for the first trip through the cannon, but we already did that, so at this point it's just for the City in the Sky cannon. Yeah, I can see how that would make sense, Double Brick. Kind of like how in Twilight Princess, some people have specific controllers for doing Stallard Skip because of notch values not being consistent between controllers. Oh, that's interesting, FC. I guess I've never thought about how that could be affected by, like, PC game settings. I mean, generally the GameCube controllers do have very good stick calibration, and, like, you can recalibrate the sticks with, like, the start X and Y holds to, like, reset where neutral is. But just, yeah, specifically in the diagonal notches, the exact placement of the control stick is not consistent between controllers, which affects how you do claw shot actor displacement for Stallard Skip. Though there is a new setup that doesn't use the diagonal notches at all, so maybe we don't need special controllers for diagonal notches anymore. So, why would you do this? Well, I guess it could have been worse, but... not a great Phase 1. Yeah, I mean, whenever you do the input reset on a GameCube controller, wherever the stick currently is now considered to be neutral. 3 slaps, 4 slaps, 5 slaps, and unfortunate. Wow, that was not very good, unfortunately. That kind of sucks. Thanks for the good luck, T-Marin. You got aligners a few days ago for your teeth, and they feel kinda funny. Yeah, getting some sort of dental stuff put in your mouth for a while typically makes your teeth feel funny. I had braces from when I was 12 to 14. and remember it feeling kind of funny. And also hurting. At least at the beginning. So thanks for the good luck, Fubuki-ni. Thanks for the good luck as well, Hervider. Nice. Okay, there we go. I'm not surprised that second one didn't work, but... You think the high-res textures look worse to you than the original? Yeah, I mean, like, a consequence of updating the textures, but not updating any of the models means that, like, the models, or, like, the polygon count of the models is more noticeable, because the textures aren't, like, the same quality, if that makes sense, since the textures are much higher quality than the models themselves. So, that's a very valid opinion to have, I think. Personally, for me, it's not something that I think really looks bad, but it definitely does look different. Playing the Neopets game again? You mean, like, was there, like, a dedicated Neopets game that doesn't require you to play on, like, the website or something? Oh, the game you were playing last week, I see. Outside of Bit, were there any notable glitches patched in TPHD? Yes. The biggest patch glitch was early Master Sword. They put up some more invisible walls in North Faron Woods. So that we can't get out of bounds there as Wolflink anymore. Displacement clipping also doesn't work, but that wasn't... I don't think that was the work of specifically trying to patch it. That's just due to the fast inverse square root instruction working differently. So the clip that we did to get into the Deku Toad room is called a look-through clip. We're gonna do another one here, where, to, like, skip the boss key. But basically, just in very specific, environments, we can, or I guess, like, very specific collision setups, we can kind of just clip through a wall by looking through it, and getting pushed through to the other side, like here. We got pushed through the wall by the collision of, like, the hole there that we fell into. Basically, when you're in first person in this game, specifically in the HD version, the game really doesn't want you falling off of ledges. So it'll allow you to look through walls, if normally the wall pushing you away would push you off of a ledge. And if you can look through a wall and touch collision that's facing the opposite direction of the wall, you can get pushed through by that collision. Which is what happens right there, as we just did with the boss key skip, and also what we did to get into the Deku Toad fight. So, unfortunately, those are the only two places we could use it in this run, so... I'm kind of sad that it wasn't more useful when it was discovered, but it is what it is. Dark Souls Remastered apparently couldn't do proper new geometry to add its invisible walls, so you'd have something like, oh, this here is actually an invisible elevator shaft bit. No, in TPHD they did just add, like, invisible walls, like proper invisible wall collision to North Faron Woods. It isn't like some weird hack job for getting invisible collision there. Pace is okay, I guess. This isn't going to be a sub 130 lake bed temple, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we lost like 25 seconds to bow RNG. Yeah, in the 100% speedrun, there is another use for look-through clipping, which is to skip a bunch of floors in Cave of Ordeals. Which is very nice, because the previous method of skipping those floors was very difficult to be consistent at. Whereas the look-through clip method is just kind of easy, but... But yeah, 100% gets another use out of it, but for all other categories that do glitches, it's basically just those Lakebed Temple uses. I guess, technically, you can use it in Bulblin Camp also, to clip into the tent. But getting to the spot where you would be able to clip into the tent is kind of really annoying. Because it's hard to get to that spot without getting, like, shot by the Bulblin archers. So I elect to not do that, even though it technically would save, like, 3 or 4 extra seconds. Just because of consistency reasons, I don't want to go for it. As far as gamepad versus Pro Controller, gamepad is generally better for TPHD because you can use gyro aiming. And one of the third-person clawshot clips that we do doesn't actually work unless you have gyro aiming enabled, which means that to do that specific one, you have to use gamepad. But also gyro aiming just helps in general, because it makes aiming quicker and faster to do compared to stick aiming. Nice analog glitch. That's weird. I've never gotten an analog glitch at that specific spot before. You've been here too much lately that you've actually ran out of nonsense to say, and you don't like it. My condolences, I guess. Hello. There you go. Ow, really? I didn't think that was too far away. It's unfortunate. Analog glitch is basically just where the game misinterprets where Link is supposed to go based on where the analog stick is facing. It usually happens if you hold the direction on the analog stick and then, like, target and then let go of target really quickly, and then if you turn the camera after that point, the game will keep interpreting the analog stick direction as if you are still targeting. So, like, if you turn the camera but hold forward on the analog stick, Link will just keep walking in a straight line and won't turn, despite the fact that the camera is turning. For some reason in this run, it happened after we fell down the chest in Giovanni's house to the Hyrule Castle sewers. Which is why I just ran straight into a wall, because I was trying to turn the camera to turn Wolf Link, but the game was like, I don't know about that. I think you're actually trying to go this direction, and just made me run into the wall instead. Nice sliding rupee. I realized rupees could slide like that. I mean, I've always thought that that behavior was unintentional. I don't see, like, none of the times that that's happened have I been like, yeah, I feel like that should have happened. House not a TP low percent reference now. Yes. I was indeed aware that the Wii version of Twilight Princess is mirrored because they wanted to make Link right-handed. Even though it seems like it would be a drastic step to mirror the entire game, it actually is pretty simple to do code-wise, because you kind of just multiply a few things by -1, and you can just draw the game across the screen mirrored. That's true, they did have to swap, like, East and West and all the dialogue and stuff, but for the actual graphical component of mirroring the game, it's pretty simple. So thanks for the good luck, Douglas. I don't know if they swapped the sunrise and sunset. I would kind of guess no, but maybe. They did swap sunrise and sunset? Alright. Makes sense, because that's things you would probably want to do that for. Yawning at your own run is crazy. Is it? Not every single part of the run is, you know, heart-pounding exciting. Hello, haha. Good day to you as well. I don't think I'm gonna be using TikTok anytime soon. Yeah, I mean, in reality, they probably didn't even need to flip Link at all. But the problem with, like, flipping Link to make him right-handed is then, like, you would have to then also modify every animation of anything Link interacts with, which would be a lot of things. Or at the very least, you'd have to go back and redo all of Link's animations. Darn it, really? Yeah. Kind of surprised that I didn't jump over the ledge there like I wanted to. Oh well. Now we get to see if the run continues or not. Yippee. No, really? That was stupid. I didn't think Link would actually get up onto the ledge with that jump attack, and then I was surprised when initially the next one did not put him into the loading zone, but it did after like a second, apparently. That's like the dumbest way to fail that. Or to lose time to it, I guess. Oops, I probably did not slip enough. Well, glad that at least attempting the trick went well, but nice. Thank you, Wolflink. I really shouldn't have voided out that first time. But that's one of those mistakes that we'll make once and then not make again for a really long time, probably. Now we are going to lose, like, at least 40 seconds on ball and chain. But technically, we can still continue with that. So, hello, Pim. I'm doing my best to go faster, okay? So, hello, Bram Origami. Do we have 7 TV here? I don't know. As far as third-party emotes go, the only one that I have active is Cat Jam. Because Cat Jam is good. I remember you from past streams. From some recent stream, yeah. I don't remember if it was specifically the previous one or, like, the one before that, but... okay, we missed the red one. It's probably fine. Is Cat Jam global? I thought Cat Jam was, part of some third-party extension. I didn't think that there were any global GIF emotes. But, I mean, I'm not tuned into what the emote space is, so... Oh, third-party global emotes, I see. Yeah, I mean, it might be. I just remember that that was the only one I ever, like, explicitly added to my channel, was Cat Jam. What's my favorite dungeon item? Probably Spinner. Spinner is very fun. Nice fake dig. Oh, that's right. There is that weird dinosaur GIF emote. I forgot about that one. So thanks for the good luck cabbage. What? Hello? Game, what are we doing? I have zero clue how we did not get the last hit in there. At least the first time. The second time is because we were too far in front of him, but I don't see how the time before that we were too far in front of him. Well, that segment sucked. Do I have a certain approach to practicing/learning a speedrun? I mean, I generally just go through and, like, try to mimic what I see happening in the speedrun to the best of my ability, and if I can't figure it out, I'll usually, like, ask in the community. Like, hey, how do you do this trick? And then, once I've gone through the whole run and learned all the tricks and, like, gone through the route, then I'll do attempts of it. Really? Do I ever get super frustrated or angry when things don't work out? Not usually. Because generally, like, if, you know, like, this run I don't feel very good about, but, like, it's not like this is the last run I'm ever going to do, right? I can just do another attempt and attempt to do better on that attempt. Oh, come on. So thanks for the good luck, Mancha Deluxe. Glad you enjoyed playing this game last year. Not where I thought Blizzetta was. Look into eyes of Yeto. They are true beauty. Who need mirror? Well, I have looked into the eyes of Yeto, and I have decided that I am going to reset. Because we lost too much time. Run has no beauty. No, I think the run has beauty, but just not the beauty that I wanted. And would I consider a run a good run? I mean, that run wasn't great to me because I had made too many mistakes at that point. Like, generally, I judge how good a run feels based on how much time I've lost to my sum of best for where we are in the run. So, generally, my goal is that I want to only lose 1 second to sum of best per minute of gameplay. So, like, if we're an hour into the run, ideally I'd like to be an hour or less behind my sum of best. At 2 hours into the run, I would ideally like to be 2 minutes or less behind my sum of best. Also, I think my camera is, like, positioned wrong. Move it back this way. Alright. Let's try this again. So thanks for the good luck, Carlos, Raven, and Bram. I appreciate the lucky rabbit. Oh, come on, really? Keep moving, opponent. So thanks for the good luck, RXB. We do the dungeons out of order just because it's faster to do that. But, like, specifically Goron Mines, we do later because it's much faster to do Goron Mines later, since if we do it after getting Master Sword, we can simply warp to the top of Death Mountain instead of having to climb it manually. And we can also use the claw shot in the dungeon, which saves some time. As well as also being able to skip the sumo wrestling that we'd normally have to do to enter the dungeon. Ow, I don't think this is gonna work, but maybe it will. I did kind of get pushed away from the wall there. Ah, well, a little too late still. So thanks for the good luck, Apollo the One. Thanks for the good luck, Coolius. We also do, like, Snow Peak before Arbiters, because having the ball and chain is useful in Arbiters grounds. Also allows us to skip getting a boar in the desert. We would otherwise have to do to get through the gates to go to Bulblin Camp. Come on. Just stop walking there. A little too late. So, hello, Tipvim. Welcome to the repetitive gate clip attempts. Generally, I'll always reset if it takes me longer than... or if my time getting through the gate exceeds 1 minute and 10 seconds on the timer, then I'll reset. turn. I don't know. It's... Alright, have fun with the lurk double brick. We did make it to the Eyes of Yeto in the previous run. And we immediately reset afterwards. Oh, come on. Really? There you go. Really? Well, that was, not a great push right there. No! He got pushed out. How did this happen? Why would the Bokoblin do this? Darn it, and he got pushed to the right. Yeah, go back this way. And Link died. Yeah, if the Bokoblins are, like, really far away from, like, where their home position is supposed to be, they do just kind of moonwalk back to where their home position is. It is very silly when you see it happen. So thanks for the good luck, Michael the Gathering. Did you just walk into? Me trying to clip through the Ordon gate, but not doing it fast enough to continue, so we try again. Damn, good enough. Yeah, you'd think that Link could just jump off of Epona to get over the gate, but unfortunately not. So, Idrisil? I too hope that RNGesus is with me today. He didn't really seem to be with me on the previous attempt that got somewhere. But maybe on this one he will be. We run in a circle after burning the webs because that gets Link up to a faster speed to begin rolling. Since if we roll from a complete standstill, we don't get the fastest roll speed. We only get fastest roll speed when we roll from Link already in the running animation, and like already having full run speed. Oh, hello. Alright, not the best, but we'll continue with it. So, hello, AlaQQ. Is going alright. Hopefully we can actually get another run going now that we got past Bokoblins. So thanks for the good luck, Cat Cantaloupe. Ow, what? Excuse me, sir. Huh? This guy was in the pen! And then he went out! I'm protesting this run. Anyway. Thought there was a massive echo and then realized you'd kept it playing on your phone after putting it up on your computer. Yeah, it could indeed make it sound like an echo was happening. thanks for the luck, Corentin Rousselet. Glad that you enjoy the speedruns. Hope you continue to enjoy them. So thanks for the good luck, Glacier. Thankfully, the other Boko... Or the Boko that I'm pushing did not decide to attack while I was briefly stopped there. We got hit again. Alright. So thanks for the good luck to Zero T. Oh, really? Again? Oh my goodness. What is happening? Misbehaving goats again. Someday we'll get another run going. Well, most of those goats were fine, but a select few decided to not be. So thank you very much, ZSR2, for the raid. It is currently 3:09 p.m. for me. Yeah, so the goats are RNG in the sense that how sensitive each individual goat is random. So they always spawn in the same spot, like, facing the same direction, but how they react to, like, how close Link is to them is the random part. Also, thanks for the good luck, apes. Thank you very much, Idrisil, for the 5 Tier 1 gift subs to the community. That is very generous of you, so thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Congratulations to everyone who got a gift sub. Unless for some reason you didn't want one, then, haha, I guess you got one anyway. Attempted to make a Howard prediction. I mean, feel free. As in you haven't once seen an advert here? Yeah, on Twitch I don't have the ads manager turned on. I think generally people just get, like, pre-roll ads. But then generally no ads after that. Also, hello. I'd like to keep going this way. Really? Bruh. The angle that this guy is facing is not helping. The only time I typically will play ads is when I'm actually done with stream. I'll just play a 3-minute ad and then go offline on Twitch. Ow, I also got the wrong one. That's probably why it wasn't great. It's also not the best Bokos, but continue. Also, yes, that prediction did close very fast. Thanks for the good luck definitive edition. Oh, that's not great. Yeah, this is, very Howardly Goats right here. Unfortunately. How did that go not react at all? Thanks for the good luck, Fire Yoshi. And for the good luck as well, Ted. Congratulations to everyone who bet Howard. Or excuse me, who predicted Howard. Not gambling if you call it a prediction, obviously. If people want to predict again, this one should probably have more time. All in on good goats. Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, if you open one up at the start of the run, then a 5-minute option should be fine. Because it always takes at least, like, 6.5 minutes to get to the actual goats. That was a very good first sentence, Leanne. You've been a while, point on Howard. So thanks for the good luck, Esme. We'll certainly need it. Okay. Happily takes second try bonk. I changed the camera controls because the inverted horizontal axis is just what I'm used to. Since that's what the default controls are for the original Wind Waker and Twilight Princess on the GameCube, which is where I learned how to use a free cam in video games. Unfortunately, there's no way to change the camera controls before starting a file, so I am kind of just forced to waste like 3 seconds during the run to change the controls. When I was talking about how, like, Wolf Link doesn't progress in this game, I was talking about how, like, throughout the game, Human Link gets new skills and abilities to, like, make him feel, you know, more powerful, or to feel like there's new and interesting ways to play as Human Link, but the same doesn't really apply to Wolf Link, right? Like, Wolf Link gets the ability to sense and dig basically immediately. What? Why did you hit me? That shouldn't have happened. And then Wolf Link can, like, sniff other senses later on, but generally, and then you also have, like, the Midna charge attack, but you also get that really close to the start, so, like, as the game goes on, you don't really get any more abilities or, like, ways to use Wolf Link. Also, I've never seen this guy exit just on the swing like that. Nice collision. And that's why I think, like, gameplay is much more interesting as Human Link than as Wolf Link in this game, since Wolf Link gameplay doesn't really feel like it ever changes. So that took way too long. Thanks for the good luck, Bram. Building suspense for the Howard prediction. Yeah, I mean, prediction doesn't happen until we actually reach goats again. Nice. You're not sure you could continue watching if your point went down the drain? Well, you'll have to wait and see, I guess. At least we got past the gate a second time without having to reset in between. So that's nice. ₹5? What the heck? Usually do not even remotely get that many rupees there. I mean, I don't think Twilight Princess HD is ever getting any updates. If the game gets, like, re-released on Switch 2, it would be nice if they could have, like, per-profile settings instead of per-save file settings that you have to set after making the save file, but... We'll have to wait and see. Okay. Okay. Not quite what I wanted from that guy, but sure. Okay. Pretty decent Boko pushing, except for that one spot, but that's fine. Alright, we're actually going to get the prediction answer soon. Who's excited? There's a little bit of RNG with the Boko pushing, but it's mostly just, like... It is mostly, like, skill-based. Okay. Not the best start. Oh yeah, really not, unfortunately. Although, we kind of still made it work. Honestly, I don't know if there was a Howard. I guess I would probably say that there were Howards there, even though, like, I'm continuing. I just happened to deal with them rather well. I would not say that those goats were good. Did you get here just in time for a fresh attempt? Yes, you did. Because, like, we still did lose, like, 6 seconds to the goats. Due to them, or due to at least, like, 2 of them not acting how I wanted them to. A bad goat is called Howard because that's just kind of what we decided to name bad goats. For commentary on the AGDQ 2019 Twilight Princess All Dungeons run, me and the other commentators decided that if any bad goat happened during goat herding, we were going to name the goat Howard. My favorite Zelda game to speedrun is Wind Waker HD. Because item sliding is fun. And also the movement in Wind Waker HD just feels really nice to me. Even the non-item sliding movement. I don't know, the goat being called Howard has nothing to do with Midna saying Howard. I don't know what my goal time would be if I returned to Wind Waker HD. Maybe like sub 50, I think, given that, what, the current any percent record is like a 45. The goats are not named after a real person now. No, sub 50 in this context means sub 50 minutes, not sub 50 hours. Well, so, Leanne, the specific question was, what's my favorite Zelda game to speedrun? Not, what is my favorite Zelda game, which I usually interpret to mean, what was my favorite Zelda game casually? Which is the tie between Wind Waker and Skyward Sword. I mean, Wind Waker is not, like, an inherently short game. The speedrun is just short because we can sequence break to the end of it pretty quickly. So, like, Wind Waker any percent and Wind Waker HD any percent skip most of the game. He loved Skyward Sword, except for the extremely talkative sword. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Fi does decide to just interrupt you a lot. You heard about something called sleep the other day, and you're gonna go try to figure out what that is. That sounds like a good idea, Joe. Thank you for the good luck. My favorite randomizer Zelda? I would say probably Skyward Sword is my favorite Zelda as a randomizer. OOT or MM. I will probably always pick Ocarina of Time over Majora's Mask. Which Zelda game should you play second if your first was Twilight Princess? I mean, I don't think there's really, like, a correct game to play second. Like, you could play the games from the Zelda series in whatever order you want. The OOT 3D Rando is also pretty good. I mean, you know, generally all of the Zelda randomizers are good, but the one that I personally have the most fun with is Skyward Sword. Also, Majora's Mask is a very good video game, but in my opinion, if you compare it up against all the other 3D Zelda games, it's the one at the bottom. The great news, though, is that that's just my opinion. Happen to lowest percent? I mean, as far as, like, why lowest percent doesn't have new videos coming out, I guess it's just because there aren't people who want to make videos for it. Since generally the videos that were being made for it were being contracted out on an individual basis. There was, like, no guarantee that, like, anybody would be consistently making videos for it. We get the Sword and Shield despite Sword and Shield skip being possible, because if we do Sword and Shield skip, then we wouldn't have a weapon when we get to Forest Temple to fight Ook, or even just to try and kill the 2 Bokoblins that we have to kill. So, we wouldn't be able to continue the game since we would not have a weapon. Now, if we could do early Master Sword as Wolf Link, then Sword and Shield skip would become useful, but... because then getting the Master Sword early would give us a weapon, right? Well, yeah, Douglas, and I mean, it's always possible that, like, someone will come along who, will want to make more videos for lowest percent, but for now, that does not seem to be the case. Do I want you to make a video? I mean, if you can convince Linkus that you'll make a good video for lowest percent, I guess so, Matt. What would you want your video to be about? Oh, really? I don't think I've ever missed that tier like that before. Want to make a video about Lawnmower Simulator? I mean, I'm sure you would know all about Lawnmower Simulator, Matt. Yeah, the time that I can save over my PB is mostly in the second half of the run. Why was that one slow? That's unfortunate. Usually that one's not slow, but... Yes, it is this time. Really? Okay, that's kind of stupid. He's is pretty much never that far forward. Am I busy? I am slightly busy at the moment. monkey at the end of the day. Fortunately, I did not get rid of blue rupee text, though, so we will have to potentially avoid that. I feel like I'm pretending to be busy to ignore you. I would not say that that is the case, no. I only sometimes do that to you, Leanne. But not anyone else. I do just stream / make content full-time, yes. I get notably meaner when Matt shows up. Is that true? Oh, come on, Spider. Really? Alright, well, that lost us a bunch of time. I thought the spider would turn 180 degrees, but he only turned like 30 for some reason. Remember that time we were at SGL and we were going to head to Pace for a day, but we found out Leanne was there and decided not to. I don't think that's what happened. I don't think we had any plans to go to Pace at all. And did not know that Leanne was going to be there. I think I need a case of orange juice. I don't think I'm low on vitamin C, but I also am not a big fan of orange juice. Or oranges in general. Matt, I feel like you're making things up. Why do the monkeys help us in this game? So... Like, currently all the monkeys have been, captured for some reason. Or, I guess, like, put in... like, secluded in different spots by Ook. And so, one monkey escapes and wants help from us to free the rest of the monkeys. Because they want their friends to be free. Presumably. One, two, 3, 4. Okay. One, two. Alright, only 2. Very nice. We'll definitely take that. Wow, we're actually ahead. Amazing. So thanks for the good luck audio killers. We did have one run that got to Snow Peak at the very least, but it was not a particularly great run. Hopefully this one will be better. I don't know if this is close enough. I think it probably was, darn. I could have just held the A button. Is this a glitchless any percent or a glitched any percent speedrun? So this is an all dungeons speedrun, and generally, if the category title does not specify that it is glitchless, you can assume that glitches will be used. So, as we just saw in that previous room, we will be using the long jump attack glitch to perform some fun jump attacks during the run. And also because it's all dungeons, we have to go and beat all of the dungeons, which any percent does not have to do. Alright. So it's okay, Block Miner. How, like, speedrun language works is not something that's, like, inherently obvious all the time. Alright, still ahead after Forest Temple. Ugh. I'm pretty sure Koji Kondo's responsible for the soundtrack in this game. Or at least is one of the main contributors. Second try. Games do I play casually? I mean, it depends on what we consider casually. Like, I would say that if I'm playing Archipelago with people, I'm usually playing casually in that sense that I'm not specifically worried about how long it takes me to do things, even if I am using speedrun tricks of some kind. I also might occasionally play Valorant with people, but I actually haven't been able to play Valorant recently because it stopped working on my computer. For whatever reason. I probably could have gotten down to the other slope there. How's the speedrunning going? This run's not too bad so far, all things considered. We're probably not going to be ahead when we get to the Elden Vessel, but shouldn't be too far behind, assuming everything else on this segment is fine. I have a favorite Mario Party? I don't think so. How does it feel to achieve knowing that I got or bet someone world record speedruns? I mean, getting a world record is neat and cool, but generally how I feel about the run is more based on my own performance with it, and whether or not I feel like I did well with the run, regardless of whether or not it's a new record. So, hello, Tommy Earl. Am I showing the game who's boss? I guess. I'd say that so far this run, we are generally playing well. Even if we're gonna be, like, a few seconds behind on Elden Vessel. How many runs have I did so far? I mean, today we've only had, I think, 2 attempts to get past goats. As far as the actual number counter, I'm not sure, because we reset a lot of runs within the first, like, 7 minutes. As far as future speedrunning plans go, it's just gonna be 3D Zelda as far as I'm aware. I don't plan on speedrunning other games that are not 3D Zelda games for the most part. Now, I'm sure, like, speedrunning other games that are not 3D Zelda games would also be fun, but I personally would like to spend my focus on 3D Zelda games. Okay. Not too bad. What I say is the easiest Zelda game to speedrun for beginners who want to learn how to speedrun from my knowledge. I mean, I wouldn't say that any of them are, like, objectively easy. Like if you want to speedrun a Zelda game, regardless of which one it is, you're going to have to put in some effort to learn things, right? So, like, I wouldn't if you want to speedrun a game, I wouldn't just speedrun one that is easy to speedrun. Like, you should pick whatever game looks most interesting to you, or whichever one you think you would just have the most fun playing. Because that is probably what will bring more enjoyment to you. Instead of just whichever one is easiest. Also, that guy was not in a great spot. Those three were, though. Also, thanks for the good luck wafer link. I am shocked we made that, but I'm glad I went for it. Have I seen the crazy low-percent Twilight Princess speedruns? Yes, I have seen low-percent before. Low-percent is unfortunately not too interesting anymore, since, or at least not as much of a meme anymore, because it doesn't do the really long Arbiter's Ground slide. That's been obsoleted. So thank you very much, Faye Scarlet, for the 34 months to Tier 1. Thank you very much for the almost 3 years. And thank you for the good luck as well. Also, thanks for the raid as well, Faye Scarlet. So thanks for the good luck, Emmanuel, and Silly Creatures Silly Fun. Also, had fun playing basketball, I don't know, user. Yeah, for some reason, rupee sliding doesn't move as quickly in Arbiter's Grounds. Which is why the Arbiter's Grounds slide takes so long. Did we have any after us? Guess we might not have. Thanks, Epona. Love when the Elden Bridge does that. Ah, yes, you can backflip off of opponent. You hold ZR and then press A. That'll make Link backflip off opponent. Or on GameCube if you hold R and press A. I actually don't know if you can do it on Wii. So, maybe you can't do it on Wii. You believe in me. Thanks, Max Snack. I believe in you too. PP, the game I'm strongest at? No, I would say the game that I'm strongest at is probably Skyward Sword. Yeah, for the SD version, GameCube is more popular than Wii, but they are separate categories and like separate leaderboards technically, since they're different enough, especially since Wii doesn't have long jump attack. So thanks for the good luck, Conquer. SD in this context refers to standard definition, which is the standard definition version of the game. Which, for Twilight Princess's sake, can refer to like either the GameCube or Wii versions, because they're both in standard definition. Darn it, I saw that coming. Well, this sucks. You get over here. Thanks, Shadow Beasts. I mean, the HD version in general doesn't have a whole lot of runners. Like, the majority of Twilight Princess speedruns are definitely all just on the GameCube version. With not as many people playing Wii or HD. Really? That was also kind of slow. I have done Wind Waker speedruns before, yes. Though I haven't done a Wind Waker speedrun in a pretty long time at this point. But I'm sure we'll speedrun Wind Waker again someday. Whenever we're finally done with Twilight Princess. I did not want to jump there, actually. I didn't even collect the rupee. Man. A lot of mistakes this segment. So I am sorry to hear that you are having trouble with Krita, Jarwin. How do you speedrun the stealth section? If you're talking about Forsaken Fortress in Wind Waker, like, you just speedrun it. Like, you go through Forsaken Fortress from the bottom to the top as fast as possible. Usually while also collecting the red rupees in the courtyard. You low-key feel tempted to try this game, but you told yourself you'd do Sunshine. I mean, this game is pretty long. Like, the any percent speedrun is still well over 3 hours, right? Oh, you'd be doing Sunshine 120, I see. Is it faster to kill the plant boss with the pure forest water, or are the regular tools fast enough? So it's actually slower to kill Kalidemos with forest water because of how long the animations take to get the water and then to pour the water on Kalidemos. It's slower by a few seconds to do that compared to just doing 4 quick spins with the sword really fast. So thanks for the good luck, Jirla. Hit the bug. Yes, I did know that you cannot do boomerang LJAs on the Wii version of Twilight Princess. Because unfortunately, on the Wii version, you try to take out your sword after throwing the boomerang, it breaks the target lock that Link has on the boomerang, so... no long jump attack for you. Unless you have some other way of targeting something to get a long jump attack. Come down here. Well, unfortunately, this segment was not very good. A bunch of different reasons. Yeah, Twilight Princess HD speedrunning also just happens in the regular Twilight Princess Discord. Basically, all versions of Twilight Princess are in the same speedrunning Discord. So thanks for the good luck, Shankshaw. Yeah, one of Binda's voice lines does kind of sound like beer. I would say that I don't quite hear beer. I don't really hear the R, I just kind of hear beer. I relate to the mailman character? I don't think so. Why would I relate to the mailman character? Hopefully that's good enough. Okay. Oh, rupees. What is this? Ah, is this gonna work? No. Darn it. That sucks. Yeah. Well, that wasted like 10 seconds. Why wouldn't I relate to the mailman? I mean, I don't have any experience delivering mail. I don't usually do a lot of running, in the physical sense. So thanks for the good luck, Joel Goldson. This run is okay, I guess. The past 2 segments haven't been great, but all the previous segments before that were fine. Yeah, I think casually a lot of people get pretty stuck on the wagon escort because they don't, like, realize how you're supposed to be able to not get the wagon to run in circles, because you have to get rid of the Kargarok that's carrying the bomb. I think, like, honestly, the game probably could have done to have, like, a cutscene showing the Kargaroks with the bombs coming in. So that the player is at least aware that they exist. By what point do I decide it's worth committing to a run? I mean, generally, like, if I lose enough time that it doesn't become possible to PB, unless I'm, like, near the end of the run, I probably won't complete it. Like, if I lose a run in Arbiter's Grounds, then I'll probably just reset there and not finish the run at all. Oh my god, we actually got good RNG for the first phase of Bow. Hopefully that extends to the second phase. Oh my god, we actually got perfect Bow RNG. The game was nice. I can't believe it. If I ever have interest in making tutorials for a category, not individual trick, or not really. So, the problem with making tutorials for a whole category, or like a single tutorial for a whole category, is that it's probably going to get outdated. Like, if it was just like a single video, right? I did make some tutorials for the beginning of, like, a Skyward Sword HD any percent speedrun. And I essentially made them in the format of, like, a YouTube playlist, so in case any individual, like, you know, couple-minute-long video got outdated, it could just be replaced with a different video, right, in the playlist. Or, like, a different video could replace it in the playlist, and then you could still just reference the playlist as the main source of information. I didn't end up completing it. I only got to, like, the beginning of Skyview Temple for Skyward Sword HD before realizing, like, I want to be able to have, like, a good camera setup that shows how I use motion controls, and then I never got around to doing that. So there's a tutorial for the first 30 minutes of Skyward Sword HD any percent that's mostly up to date. There's, like, some very minor things that are technically not up to date, but that's a good way to get started for Skyward Sword HD specifically. I'll say yes, we did not do the Goron sumo wrestling RNG. So hello, Tacky Cosplay. This is gonna jump, isn't it? Yeah. You can go far enough to the right. Supposed to equip the iron boots, but forgot to do that. Played casually, your brain told you that the iron boots would help with sinking ground, and it was not correct. Yeah, that very much is not the case. If you wear the iron boots in quicksand, you just immediately drown. Nice. Come on. Reason the camera angle became strange there. Fortunately, we will not be saving time here. I mean, I think Wii isn't as slow in Lakebed Temple anymore, thanks to displacement clipping. Also, thank you very much, Black Knight, for the Prime subscription. If you enjoy the speedrun content and me bonking way too much. Yeah, watching Link Wind Bomb in Breath of the Wild is probably pretty weird as an NPC. Yeah, I don't think L sliding works on Wii either. Which is why Wii can't do Stallard Skip. So the Epona slide works by holding ZR and then letting go of ZR and pressing A on the same frame. So to do that, at least to do it in TPHD, we hold ZR, pause, let go of ZR, hold A, and then unpause, which will buffer in the A press for us. So Epona slides are pretty easy to do on HD because of that. Howard. Well, sub 130 lake bed, so run's not actually that bad. Yeah, how long it takes Morpheal to bonk into the wall during the death cutscene is random to some degree. Since the game has to dynamically move Morpheal there, it doesn't always take the same amount of time. I don't think it's specifically dependent on where Morpheal dies. Because it's probably also dependent on, like, specifically, like, where Morpheal is, what angle Morpheal is facing, and, like, how high Morpheal is when you kill it, that, like, all factors into it. The dungeon that takes the longest is Palace of Twilight, which takes about 22 minutes. Actually, not that long. Part of that split time is spent getting to Palace of Twilight, so like 20 minutes. Whereas most other dungeons take like 10 to 15 minutes. I mean, this game also just has a lot of dungeons, right? Like, you know, if, like, there are 9 dungeons over an average of 15 minutes each, there's, like, 2 hours worth of dungeons. So thank you very much, Surge, for the 107 months of Tier 1. That is an insane amount of months. So thank you very much for the continued support. And hope that you are doing well. You have a meeting tomorrow at 6 and are low-key panicking, but you're chill. I do hope the meeting goes well. If the meeting does not go well, then you have my condolences. Three rupees. What dungeon takes... Oh wait, no, that was the previous question. The first game console that I ever had was a Game Boy Advance SP when I was 6 years old. I mean, I didn't start with Google Stadia. I did not start with Google Stadia. I don't think I ever used Google Stadia, because the idea of Google Stadia sounded awful. Oh, well, thanks, Madamoop. Glad you enjoy watching the Twilight Princess. My first game console was the 3DS. I mean, the 3DS is like 15 years old at this point, so I'm sure there's probably at least quite a few people who had the 3DS as their first game console. There are probably some kids out there who have the Switch 2 as their first gaming console. Of course, those kids hopefully are not on Twitch. So... You're the youngest of four, so you got a lot of hand-me-downs. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Oh, I see, Leanne. I didn't know that. Nice. Oh, come on. Unfortunately, I didn't want to get that blue rupee, because then I would have gotten blue rupee text. Alright, let's see if this run gets to continue. Hopefully I won't accidentally jump into the loading zone this time, like I did the previous attempt that got here. Ah, hopefully that's enough. Oh, okay. Alright, very nice. I will happily take that. The run gets to continue. Yippee. Nice. Going. That wasn't so nice, but that's only a couple seconds, so that's fine. Yeah, I mean, like, generally, you know, we could lose enough time on any segment that a run could need to start over. Like, you know, voiding out in the wrong spot, or just, you know, an enemy trolling us in a weird way that I don't anticipate. Or, like, accidentally dying, getting a game over, are all things that could potentially lose too much time to continue. Even sometimes just getting really bad RNG. Okay, got all the rupees. Very nice. Rupee count is still kind of low, though. But with 245, I can either get a blue and a purple, or if I get lucky in the Chilphos room, we could skip the purple. Rupee count affect the run. Yes, because we need to have 300 rupees to repair the City in the Sky cannon to be able to access City in the Sky. So, hello, Link Master. So, thank you very much, Anarakis, for the raid. And thank you very much for the... nice. 53 months of Tier 1 as well. Thank you for the good luck. Hope that the low transforms went well. So thank you very much, Yperic, for the 2 months of Prime. Only 1 more month till Yellow Badge. Glad you are enjoying the content. So thank you for the good luck as well, Stavros and Morpha. You can confirm he transformed infrequently. Excellent. Sounds like a good low transforms run then. Alright, we didn't fail that fight this time. Yippee. So thanks for the best of luck, Vagar BB. Wow, we actually saved time. Really? It's 1 frame early that first time. that. A red. Dang, no red rupees. Do I usually do longer streams on Saturdays? Not specifically, no. I just kind of go until I feel like not streaming anymore. So thanks for the good luck, Kiyosoma and Dashing Wolf guy. Alright, hopefully we can play some good ping pong here. Really, that missed? That's a little unfortunate, but... Thanks for the good luck, Lucas Steiner. We're gonna lose a little bit of time here, but that's fine, I suppose. We did just defeat a boss, yes. Look into eyes of Yeto. Their true beauty. Who need mirror? Why is the gap between Enter Arbiters and Ganondorf so large? That's because there are other splits after entering Arbiters. Like if I scroll down here, we have all these other splits below that we will eventually get to after we enter Arbiters. It just doesn't show all of them at once, because we can't fit them all on screen at the same time. It is technically fastest to not get any heart containers, but we do want to have some health. because it's very possible to take a lot of damage in the Palace of Twilight and in the Temple of Time. And should we take a lot of damage, I would prefer to not die when we are in those temples. So, basically just for safety. I don't think there's anything that can one-shot you in Hyrule. At least on normal mode. In hero mode, probably, but... like, if you have 3 hearts, but I'm not sure exactly what. Whoa, hello. Not mean to do a skid there, actually. I didn't plan on going to that side of him, but sure. Camera angle was a bit weird there. I'll say yes, the cannon guy is called Fire. Opponent's on 2%, but you don't want to get up. Well, I guess push will come to shove eventually, so... shield attack itself is not required to beat the game, but we want it for a trick that we're going to do in Arbiter's Grounds. So that we can skip the Pogate. Link stands backwards there because I turned him around as the cutscene started, basically. Darn it. I did not want to put away the sword as I entered that cutscene trigger. Also, it seems like things are getting dark, so let there be light. Okay. So thanks for the good luck, Lux Lune. When we're in a movement-based section, is it good to use Wolf Link or no? I mean, if we have to travel a long distance, depending on what stage we're on, Wolf Link actually has different speeds that he uses. So, like, in Gerudo Desert or on Hyrule Field, for instance, Wolf Link's speed is faster than on, like, other stages in the game. So, generally for those stages, you always want to transform into Wolf Link, like, if Epona's not available somehow. Because Epona is faster than Wolf Link. But, like, generally in dungeons, it doesn't really matter. Like, Wolf Link's speed and Human Link's rolling speed are about the same. Yeah, for Quicksand, Wolf Link is much better, because Wolf Link can just kind of, like, cross Quicksand very easily and quickly. Alright, Bubbles. Are we gonna behave today? Okay, that's a good start. Alright, very nice. Thank you, Bubbles. I love when you cooperate. Okay. Oh, come on. Really? Bro, you were so close. This was so close to being my best Pogate skip ever, and then you just had to not jump in the right direction. Well. Still pretty fast, so I'm happy with that. But that could have been 20 seconds faster, just saying. I'm trying and failing to swap my equips here. There we go. Ah. I decided to not go for the ball and chain strat there, since the positioning of Death Sword was pretty awkward. Also, thank you very much, Yell, for the 63 months of Prime. What was for the fact about the number 63? Also, thank you, game. $63 Ito is almost consistent to the 15 odd limit. The only inconsistency is that 10-9 is mapped to 963 1/7, the same as what 11-10 is mapped to consistently, so that it almost is 11 cents out of tune. This corresponds to 63 Ito exaggerating the syntonic comma 81/80, and I have to pay attention to the game now, so I'll read the rest of that afterwards. The two steps so that it finds a somewhat flat mean tone between roughly 10/9 and roughly 9/8. Nice. That was almost bad. Thankfully it was not bad, though. It is technically faster to do Death Sword skip, but it doesn't save a lot of time, because after you do Death Sword skip, you then have to go back and die to Death Sword. Because you don't want to save warp in this category, and the only way to leave Death Sword's room after doing Death Sword skip is to die somehow, so you'd have to go back to Death Sword and die anyway, which cuts into the time save that you would otherwise have from doing Death Sword skip. And I wasn't really that consistent at Death Sword skip to begin with, so I just elect to not do Death Sword skip in TPHD. Yeah, so if we save and quit, then we would have to do Pogate skip again, which would not be fast, since save warping without having to do Pogate skip is only about 15 to 20 seconds faster than like, not save warping to begin with. So it takes way longer than 15 to 20 seconds to do Pogate skip, so it's not worth it to do Pogate skip again. Plus, Pogate skip is difficult to do consistently already, and we don't want to have to do it a second time. Alright, Stallard. What do we have on the menu today for where the Stall Troopers appear? Okay, that was a pretty nice opening. That was not an opening. It was also very distinctly not an opening. That works. Alright, well. Lost some time there, due to Stallard not giving me an opening. Oh, really? We're on the complete wrong side of Stallard also. Nice. Well, that happens. Yeah, the Stallard boss fight has a lot of cutscenes. Most of the fight just is cutscenes when you do it in a speedrun. So, not surprising we lost time there, but it is what it is. Alright, well, we did make it past the 2 hardest tricks, so this run has a chance. Hopefully we can not flub it. Enough. Okay. Oh, the heck, that was weird. I'm not expecting the camera to turn that much. There we go. Really? Really? I am shocked that did not work. What is going on? Man. Well. Thank you. Fortunately, this segment is not good. Oh no, it's not over, but I failed that trick in ways that I've not really failed it in before, which is kind of dumb. No, the reason that the Bulblins got hit there is because rolling into things with the iron boots deals damage in this game. The next randomizer race that I'm gonna take part in is gonna be tomorrow. Nice. Thanks for the good luck, Ace. I apparently needed it, because I lost a minute to my best on this segment. Come on. I wouldn't say that this is the hardest segment to do fastest/optimal, because in HD we don't have to do the stupid transform clip to the Goron, we just clip through with spinner. But I failed kitty climb in really weird ways, some of which I've never failed it in before. Hello. Well, nice job me failing to go into first person. Actually, wait, I think I wanted this one. Yeah, we don't have dot skip. I mean, I don't know if I would say that the segment of bringing the statue down is, like, really that difficult. Like, there's a lot of little things that can lose you time, but generally, like... I don't know, I feel like I'm... or, like, have decent-ish consistency with it. Like, the thing that actually sucks about Temple of Time consistency is Armagoma RNG. That's usually what I lose time to. The score on mines has made me very sad. It's pretty much all just kitty climb that I lost time to. Favorite boss in the series? I guess Demise from Skyward Sword. Are any TAS-only tricks that would bring noticeable time save to runs if human viable setups were found? I mean... for TPHD specifically, like, a TAS would be able to skip Zora armor, but there's not really a human, like an RTA viable setup you could make for that, because that involves doing super swimming, which is flicking the control stick back and forth every single frame. So that isn't going to be happening. No, super swimming can't be pause buffered in this game because you can't pause buffer a single frame like you can in Wind Waker HD. Or in Wind Waker. You can, at minimum, buffer 2 frames at a time. But we got a two-hand grab, so who cares? I mean, Leanne did say that she was only at 2% like 15 minutes ago or something, so... maybe she went and charged her phone. How many hours do I think I have in this game? I mean, probably at least 1,000. I don't know about an exact count. The Wii U does keep, like, track of how long you've had certain, like all of the games open, but that also includes all of the time that, like, I just left the game on overnight. Not completely accurate. My all-time speedrunning total hours might be. I honestly have zero clue what, like, all-time speedrunning hours would potentially be. I don't think I have a sense for that at all. True, it probably would be over 10 hours. Well, that was unfortunate. Could have had a new best there, but to fail that for like 20 seconds. Why is there a Goron Mines RTA category for Twilight Princess HD? I mean, there's also a Goron Mines RTA for the original game as well. But I believe Goron Mines RTA was originally created because, like, the any % speedrun has skipped Goron Mines for a very long time. Honestly, Chris, the trick's not that bad, in my opinion. It usually doesn't take me that long to get it. Getting a lot of two-handed grabs, which is nice. Once again. Like, usually I get it in maybe, like, 5 attempts or so. Like, the attempts are pretty quick to retry. Also, nice lying by the reticle there. We don't accidentally pick up an Uku. Yeah, I mean, the third-person claw-shot clip version of a Ralpho skip is much better than the pixel shot on HD. Because trying to gyro-aim pixel shot is just awful. And even not gyro-aiming, it feels worse in HD. Due to the fact that, once again, the reticle can just lie to you, and it'll show you the nice yellow triangles, and the claw shot won't grab it. Because the reticle in this game is very cool. For example... Yeah, unfortunately, you can't first frame on this game. Which, like, honestly isn't a huge deal, but... it means you can't get one-frame rolls, like, between cutscenes and stuff. No, the game's resolution doesn't have anything to do with, like, whether or not you see the reticle when you aim the claw shot at something you can claw shot. Because the actual precision that the game calculates, like, its physics with is still the same as the original game. Also, yeah, Ace, the reticle lying happens, like, can pretty much happen anywhere on HD. The reticle lies because, I guess, actually, I don't know about the reticle lying necessarily, but the claw shot's actual angle is delayed by a frame compared to where the reticle is actually pointing. Like, it's just desynced for some reason. Which is why, like, if you flick the claw shot really fast and try to shoot it, the claw shot does not even remotely go where you're aiming. It goes, like, where you were aiming one frame ago. Yeah, HD unit is the exact same as GameCube and Wii. We're gonna lose a couple seconds here. thanks to drop shot being slow. These post-fight cutscenes are very long. They're some of the only unskippable cutscenes, or the only unskippable long cutscenes in the whole game. Along with also, like, the Master Sword cutscene and the Squidna cutscene. Are we on pace for a world record? Not technically, but I can definitely save time to PB still. My PB loses, like, 2.5 minutes to my sum of best in the last 50 minutes of the run. Kind of surprised that didn't work. Storage is not present in Twilight Princess now. You can get something that kind of acts like chest storage. If you do map glitch on SD and then open a door and then go back out through it. Or then you can suddenly climb really steep surfaces, although Link usually slips off most of them, so it isn't actually that useful. It's also not that useful because loading zones are completely disabled, but has one or two very niche uses. Yep, run's still going. That sequence of action is also a precursor to a crash. Not that I'm aware of. Almost forgot I had to do a third quick spin there. Yeah, it would be nice if we got good Puppet Zelda RNG this run. We'll have to make it to Puppet Zelda first, though. So thanks for the good luck, D3. Yeah, we're still streaming. As we started a run about 4 hours into stream, and the run kept going, so here we are. Really? I thought I was going to be far enough away from him. I love that. Yes, stupid room 1. Favorite Zelda game is a tie between Wind Waker and Skyward Sword. Darn. I hate to bring this to me, but Twilight Princess is the only real Zelda. Sad face. Well, good news is I don't believe those lies, so I'm unaffected. Thanks for the good luck links. Oh, come on. Well, I guess we're not doing this, LJA. Wow, Shield Bash has another use. Who knew? The Zelda game that I will probably run after I'm done with TPHD is going to be Skyward Sword for the Wii. There is technically still hope for this run, but the rest of the run has to go very well. Oh, come on. That extra bounce. Oh, well. Can I get the one cycle here? I keep on failing it lately. Yes, I can. Wow. Alright, well, I guess overall not too bad of a second half of Palace. First half, obviously, wasn't great still. Thanks to Stupid Room. Alright, who's ready for second to last dungeon, Temple of Time? HD does not have dot skip now. At least not at the moment. Maybe sometime in the future. Guy to pass. Man, we got a Skull Kid push. Nice. That saved us like 2 frames. That wasn't quite close enough to that other one to get his attention. Alright, nice vest. Your lawnmower simulator video was rejected. Oh, well. Maybe try again in the future, Matt. I wonder if I could have rolled there instead of having to side hop. Thank you for the raid, Unknown Krebs. Welcome to a run that does still have PB potential, but the rest of the run has to go pretty well. Nice. Nice. Which means no bonking. That corner really does have it out for me, apparently, yeah. Really? That missed? Oh my goodness. Go away. I'm just trying to shoot a crystal. That was not the greatest. Trying to avoid that. That's the bow. It's not the boomerang. Nice shaky cam. Unfortunately, we're losing time here. Mostly because of the crystal switch room. Yeah, the way that Link picks up those statues does make them look like they're pretty heavy. Still got hit by it. Cool. Come on. And this is why we got all those heart containers. Otherwise, we would have died by now. Darn it. Going. That was kind of annoying. Yeah, kind of a mediocre descent, all things considered. Maybe the Armagoma RNG is good. I'm gonna be ahead on Spider Smooch. Not ahead, no. I think best case scenario will be 30 seconds behind still. So far, we're not starting off with particularly good RNG. Oh, come on. What? Why are we targeting that? That phase had good RNG, though, so that was nice. I don't know, this run doesn't get bombs at all. Bombs take about 2.5 minutes to go get, and would not save us back 2.5 minutes if we had them. Alright, well, PB is now in the hands of getting good Zelda RNG. How winnable is this run? If you mean how likely is it that we can PB, the answer is there's actually a decent chance that we can PB, but there is still some RNG that we have to go through first. But hey, at least we got the validation bonk. Yeah, that I would be ahead of if I skipped Squidna. That's true. I probably would be ahead if I skipped Squidna. So thanks for the good luck, Emmanuel. What? Oh. Not sure what was up with having on that Bokoblin, but... It's not the normal path that the Bokoblin takes, so it's kind of weird. Nice. Love putting away my sword when I mean to roll. Doing. Darn it. One missed quick spin. Yeah, this is just the all dungeons category. It's not 100%. 100% is about 7 hours long. All dungeons is 3 hours shorter. Because 100% requires collecting, like, all of the heart pieces, stamps, golden bugs, stuff like that. All dungeons just requires beating the dungeons. Yeah, the fishing journal actually isn't required for 100%. I do also agree that Snow Peak is the best dungeon. Nice. How much time is saved due to quality of life improvements on HD? A decent chunk of time, but it kind of pales in comparison to how much time HD loses due to not having certain sequence breaks that the original game has, like Back in Time or early Master Sword. But obviously, not having to pause for equips, and also faster Twilights, and just faster loading, because it's on a more modern console, save a bunch of time. Come on. And not a particularly great segment here, fortunately. And now, fate of the run rests in the hands of Puppet Zelda. Oh, well, we're starting off with the worst attack, so that's not great. Not an ideal start. Okay. Minimum 8 cycles. But really took her time on that cycle. Okay, still minimum 8 cycles. Triangle attack again. Thanks for the good luck, Azure Pyro. Triangle attack again. Triangle attack again. Alright, now we're on cycle 8. And it's not going to be an 8 cycle, it's going to be at minimum 9 cycles. Alright, 9 cycles. Unfortunately, I think that means we are not going to PB. But I can still save like 30 seconds, so we could still get 349. Oh, come on. How many triangle attacks does it take to change a light bulb? I don't know. That's a deep philosophical question that I don't think I can provide an answer to. Maybe one day we'll know. Well, gamers, this is going to be the second best run that I've ever done. And it had quite a lot of good parts, but unfortunately it had just a few too many bad parts to not be a PB tonight. What did I say? 30 seconds saved. Though pretty close, but no cigar. Thank you very much, Joshy, for the 50 bits, and Faye Scarlet for the 100 bits, though. Thank you, everyone else, for the GGs. Yeah, this run was not too bad coming out of Arbiter's Grounds, but then I kinda did badly in Goron Mines and Palace. And Temple of Time was alright. We did still lose some time there, but Yeah, just gotta not failed kitty climb in weird ways, apparently. Is today's lesson. But that will be it for today's stream. So, thank you guys all very much for watching. Tomorrow's stream is going to be some Skyward Sword randomizer races for the randomizer tournament. I am doing my quarterfinals match against Your Average Link, or at least 2 of the games. If either of us wins both games, then that'll be it for that match. And then we will be back to Twilight Princess HD on Monday. So, that is the plan. But, yeah, I'm tired, so I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you guys all for watching today, though, and I will see you guys later. Goodbye. Have a good rest of your Saturdays. Even though it's not Saturday for most people anymore, but you know what I mean.
Crystal again. Would have a repair. You get rebuild space. Hot for repairs?